Hi everyone, today we're going to be building a receipt and document manager. This is an app that would be used by accountants and bookkeepers to keep track of receipts and invoices and later export the data. So on the left side here we have a list of all the receipts we have stored, and we can click through them and we can view the preview of each one, and then over here we have a form where we can enter any data that we can see on the receipt and mark it as reviewed. And once it's reviewed, check mark appears here. We have an upload button up here that allows us to upload receipts. You can choose them from here. There's a progress. And we just wait a sec while the OCR is performed on it. And there is the receipt. And you'll notice that some of these fields were populated. That's because I've written a parsing function that parses through the OCR. I'm outputting the OCR down here, by the way. A parsing function, cloud function, that parses through the OCR and under certain conditions populates the name and category and date and total. So it's pretty simple parsing function. It's not perfect, but it could be expanded on. It's just something to give you an idea of what's possible. And so I'll just enter the reference number and the document type on this and save it. So that's marked as reviewed. So you've seen the upload button. There's also a search filter that can apply to anything in the OCR. So if, let's say in this OCR, we have this word, we'll filter that, and we can do it by number, and we can do it by date. So that's the filter function. And then up here, we have a grid view, and the grid view is displaying any receipts that have been reviewed but have not been exported. And then we have a CSV download, and I'll just open the CSV for you so you can take a look. So it has the OCR in one cell for each receipt, and it outputs any fields that are in the grid. So that's the export function. And then we finally have a authentication. So we have a basic authentication page, no registration because we're going to be adding users on the back end. We don't want them to be able to register. And so there is the login. So that's the front end. It's written in NextJS and Tailwind. And the back end is using Firebase. And I'll show you a sample of what the back end looks like. It's a Firebase project. It has authentication activated, and you can see here I've just added one user, and that's the only sign-in method we're using. It's got a Firestore database. It's using storage, of course, for the files. This is where the files are stored. And I'm also using functions. And for functions, you have to activate the Blaze pay-as-you-go plan. It's very generous what you can do on there, but you just have to be careful because you do have to use your credit card to get that. So I'm going to show you how I created the project. Basically, I just create a new project in Firebase, and don't need analytics for this one. Okay, the project's ready. And so here's our project. First thing I'm going to do, create a web app. This can be named anything. We don't need hosting. And we're going to use all this information later on the front end. So first we'll set up the authentication. And I will add a user. And that all looks good. So I'll add the user that'll be used later. And so Firestore database. And let's start in test mode. Basically, it'll just be turned off after a certain amount of time. Later, we'll switch it to production mode where we're actually using authentication to access it. But for now, we'll just use this test mode. And we'll just go with the default location. Okay, so first collection we're going to start is called config, and within this config we're going to have our lists, and within the list, sorry, let me get this. And so for the first list, we're going to have categories. It's going to be an array. And if you remember our categories, we had maintenance, meals, supplies, and inventory. So that's the categories, and then we have document types, and the document types were invoice, other, receipt, report, and statement. So let's go back here. And receipt, invoice, what else do we got? Other, report, and statement. Okay, that's the lists. We don't really need to set, if you remember, we have the documents and another database here. We don't really need to set them, but because they'll be set by the program, but I will just to show you. And for this, let's just do an auto ID and a test, and another one for file details. And I'll just do the same. And I misspelled file details, so I'm gonna it's not really necessary to do this because these collections will be set up anyways. But just to show you all the collections, these are all the collections we're going to be using. And then storage, we will create two folders, files, and PDF files. So that's the two folders. Basically, all files originally would be uploaded to here. PDF files are, when we OCR PDFs, they output a file, a JSON file, which we then need to read. So those JSON files will be temporarily stored in this folder. And then over here, functions. So to use functions, you need to upgrade your project's billing plan. And I already have a billing account, so I'm just going to use this. So you'll have to sign up with a credit card. Again, it's very generous what you can do, but just be careful. Read about how you can protect this so you don't get charged money, but again, it's very generous. So I'm going to set that up, and we're good to go on the functions. Why didn't that set up? Oh, we're good to go. So yeah, we'll make sure that we install Firebase tools. I've already got it installed, but I'll show you when we get into VS Code how to do that. And then start the project and deploy. So there we go. We've got Firebase all set up. And what I will do now is I will come over to Terminal. And in Terminal, I have a directory for the Receipts Demo Cloud Functions. And the first thing I will do is I'll open it in VS Code. So here we got a VS Code window, and I will toggle a terminal on the bottom. And so when you're building this, the first thing you want to check is you want to make sure that you have Node installed. And sometimes if you have the most recent version of Node, like at the time of this recording, I have Node 17, but Firebase is using 16. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use something called Node Version Manager to shift down to 16, just for the purpose of this project. So Node Version Manager, you can download it if you don't have it installed already. And so I'll go NVM U16. So now I'm using Node 16. And then if you don't have Firebase tools installed, you'll want to run this command like it said when we activated the functions. You want to install Firebase tools, and then what you want to do is you want to log in to your project. So when I do log in, I'm already logged in to this user with this that is associated with the Firebase account. So you can log in. It's pretty straightforward. It'll just open up your browser and log you in. And then what we want to do is I want to switch projects or make sure I'm in the right. Actually, I'll do that during the init. Sorry. Okay, so now that we've made sure that we've have the right node running, we have Firebase tools installed, and we're logged in. Now we can initialize the project. So we're initializing the project, and I'm going to choose from a couple of these. I'm going to choose Firestore because we're going to be using the emulator to test some of this for the first part of writing the cloud function. We are also going to obviously get functions, and we'll get, sorry, not hosting, storage. So we have Firestore, functions, and storage. and we want to use an existing project. So we will use the project that we just created. And what file should be used for Firestore rules? Just use the defaults for all this. We're using JavaScript. And again, defaults for all this, install the dependencies. And defaults. And real quick, before I forget, I'm going to cd into functions. And I want to come here, and since we'll be using Google Cloud Vision, I want to make sure I install that package. And we'll also need storage. And you want to make sure you're in the functions folder when you do this. And I'll get out of that now. So when we look at the functions, the index.js, they give us a default function, and this is an HTTP function which will get triggered by HTTP. We're not going to use this function. What we're going to do is use a Cloud Store trigger. So you can come to the Firebase documentation and look at cloud storage triggers, and they just have a sample right here. So I'm going to copy that. I'm going to get rid of all this, and we're going to call it upload file. And what we're going to do when we're going to do a console log. Okay, so now we've got the console log, and let's do the emulators. So we're going to start the emulators, which will allow us to run this locally without having to upload it and deploy it, which takes a bit of time. So let's see if the emulators start. And there we go. And I'll just open a new window. Okay, so here are the emulators. We've got storage, we've got Firestore, and these logs are for the Cloud Functions. And I'm going to just upload a file. And we've got file uploaded, so it worked. So that's our basic function working. And so now what we're going to do is we're going to figure out how this program flows. And how it flows, like I mentioned before, a file gets uploaded to files, and then we need to place it into the Firestore database, the data, and just that file exists. But we also need to run OCR on it, and the OCR is different if it's an image or a PDF, so we need to split off that. If a file arrives here, that's an output from OCR PDF, so that triggers a different thing. So what we want to do is we want to first sort files as they come in. And how we're going to do that is we will go if object name so we're basically just checking, does the object name start with file / because the these storage files, their name always starts with any folders ahead of it. That's part of the name. So if it has this, that means it was uploaded to files. Now, else if and we'll just run the same thing for PDF files, and a different set of functions will be run. Now, so once the file gets up to files, the files folder, we still need to determine what kind of file is it. So we want to run content type, and if object content type is application PDF, we want to do something. But if object content type is image JPEG, or you may want to add some more formats. I'll just work with these two right now. So if either of these trigger different functions, for this one, there's only going to be one kind of file coming into this. It will be the JSON that is generated through the PDF OCR. So what happens in here? Well, I'm going to create a separate file just called processors. And in the processors, I will have a few functions. One of them will be process image, and the process image will take the object that's being uploaded. So process image, and for now process PDF, and process JSON. And then we want to so in this one, we want to include that, and so and we'll just copy that. Process image. Oops. and process JSON. Okay, so pretty straightforward. Let's see if we can just run this in. Actually, at this point, we have already got the folder contingency. So we need the folder, and image process worked. And PDF process work. I'm not going to check the JSON because we have to create a new folder for that. So we've got, that's pretty much our index done. That's what it's going to look like. The processors are going to be a little more complex because we have to do some things within the processors like run OCR, and we also have to do some Firebase stuff. So what I'm going to do is I will create a folder in here, and I'll call it Firebase just to store the Firebase modules that we're going to make. And I'll first one, so I'll create a Firebase config, and I'll also create a Firebase Functions. And in the config is just going to have stuff that we'll use throughout the application. We'll have functions. We'll initialize the app, and actually I'm going to get the just so we have the storage bucket name, and we can go here to the settings, and it will be right here, storage bucket. And so there's the storage bucket. We'll get Firestore. And we'll get an instance of a storage bucket. So that'll be an instance of that, and we can export these. So that's just the config, and then we might as, right now I'll put in a couple of the, one or two of the Firebase functions that we're going to be using. So first thing we need is Firebase config, and so we get the Firebase config, and get Firestore, So what we're going to be doing in Firestore is just adding documents, first of all. So and to add a document, we're going to be passing a bunch of data so we know what fields need to be populated. And for this, we'll do Firestore collection. Now remember, this is the add document. If you remember our previous, the populated one, these documents have auto IDs. The file details are different. They're uploaded through the front end, but these will just have auto Firebase IDs. So this add, I'll show you. So the data, we don't have the data coming in yet, but we will name, it will have a key called collection name, which makes sense, and add, and this add will auto create an ID. Now, when, if you remember the previous one, all the fields we had, I'll show you. I'll just write them out here. We had a storage file name and data.object.name. So the data will be passed, there'll be an object within the data as well as these keys like collection name and so forth. And file type data.object.name and date uploaded. That's easy, it'll just be new date. And OCR, data.ocr, document type, we are not going to be attempting to parse that out of the data at this point, so just passing a blank. Exported will always be false at first. Reviewed, false. And ref will be empty. And then the parsing fields, if you look at what actually gets parsed, it's category, name, date, and total. And the parser doesn't always come up with those. So if we're feeding in the parsed data through here, name, category, date, and total may not be in there. So I want to do a conditional. So I'm going to do this, and I don't know why it's doing an autofill like that. I'm going to do this, which is a conditional. Basically what it's saying, if the data has a name in it, then we will do name. So if the data exists, then we're going to do name, key, name, data. And we'll do that for these other things as well. If the category exists, we're going to do the same. Now date is going to be a little more complicated, but I'll show you. It will be date. However, this we will need to process some, and I'll show you. Firebase config, and we're getting admin, and we're getting Firestore, and we're getting time stamp, and we're getting from date. So this is a way to turn this into a Firebase date. So there is the date, and then we have just the total. And I'm going to copy one of these up here. There is the total. So it's pretty straightforward, apart from these conditional keys. But I like using these conditional keys. It's an easy way to keep this function relatively simple. So there is the add document. While I'm here, I'm going to do one more Firebase function. And this one is because when we do a PDF, it's just going to create the empty file first. If you can see here, if I do a PDF, and we'll wait for it to show up. Not sure why it's not working. Oh, maybe that project's not working anymore. Sorry. Anyways, so when we upload a PDF, it's going to create an empty document, but then it's going to wait, and then the OCR will come later because it takes longer for a PDF to be processed. So I'm going to create kind of a long name, but makes sense. We're going to match the document and update it. And how this is going to work is we will return Firestore, and then we will have a bunch of and here's the query part. So where, and so the data's got to have a search field. And it will do a query, and I'll do a object literal, and so the data search field and the data search name. So basically whatever field we're searching needs to match the file name. And I'll show you how this is going to work, but I just wanted to get it done right now, because the Firestore, the Firebase functions are just going to be these two. So limit 1, then so now we're going to query, get that the one document that we got from the query. And we're just going to get the first one. I mean, it should only pick up one, but it is an array. So we just want to get the first thing in that array, first element in the array, and then just do a temp variable for the data. And then we're going to feed in, since we have the match, we will place the new data in there. Start with the OCR. and we will do name, and we'll do category, and we will do date. And again, we're going to have to do this date thing, and I'll just copy it from up here. And so then we will just run a check if data total, if there is a data total and the data total does not equal null, then temp total equals data.total. Okay, we won't be using that for a while, but I just wanted to get that out. So we have the add document, and actually this should be Firestore functions. Okay, so now we come back to the processors, and for the processors, we are going to have to do create the OCR and the parsing functions. So I'll put these into a utils folder, and in the utils folder I'll have functions, and I'll also have and the OCR functions will contain OCR PDF or OCR image, and so function and PDF and the JSON, which would be really not OCR at that point, but anyways, it's extracting data from a file. So OCR PDF, and I'll call this get text from JSON. And for this, we'll get an object, and for the for these two, we'll just use file name. Okay, so let's take a look at the emulator and see where that's at. We have the files here. If I upload, it replaced that because that exact name is already in there. I'll take care of that in the fully functioning program. So image processed, it worked, and let's try a PDF. PDF processed worked, and we're not going to test the JSON one because that's a different process. So now we have these OCR functions, and we are not going to get into these with the emulator because the emulator, it's difficult to run Google Vision through this emulator on storage objects. If we were submitting the files through HTTP, we could submit it directly to Vision, but we're not doing that. So it's hard to do it while in emulator mode. So what I want to focus on is the parsing functions and getting those right. So first, I'll show you the parsing functions we're going to do are find strings, and I'll explain what that is. And then we have find date. And all of these are taking the OCR data in to parse it. And then have a separate function called extract date. I'm going to explain that, because basically this is just looking for date for things that could be dates in the OCR data. This is extracting the date and turning it into data. So it's I break these out into two separate functions, and then we're going to do find total. This is the one that's finding that dollar figure, or trying to find it. And then finally, I'm going to have a function to parse all. And basically it's just so we don't have to run all of these over and over again in the other modules. And to do this, I'm going to use this promise. Promise all. And find date. And find total. And then all we do is return an object. And once again, we're going to use that conditional keys. So we're getting date, and the find strings will actually be an object that will have the name potentially and the category. So we'll call this match string, and then we just got total. So that's the parse all. It's just going to handle running all of those, and then all we have to do is export the one. So we're exporting the one. Now we have to go through these parsing and figure out how we're going to do these. So how I'm going to search for the name and category is basically create an object. And the object is create an array, sorry. The array is a series of objects that I'm calling match strings. And each object has a match string key. And this is basically what we're looking for in the OCR to trigger this string as a match. Now, if the name Walmart is in the receipt, then we have name here. And we want the name to be in capital letters like we would put it into the database. And this one has a category associated with it. Supplies, let's say. So that is what's in that object. So we can make a few of these, and I'll show you. I can't show you right now, but the one Home Depot receipt I have, it doesn't actually have the word Home Depot in it. So what I decided to do was I think it was more doing something like that. Look for that phrase, and if that's in there, then you can do Home Depot. So you don't just have to, you don't need just the name. You can go go from other things like addresses or other ways to grab on and get the match. And then on the PDFs, I have a company, just a test company from a QuickBooks test file called Sandbox Company. And we want to do maintenance. And here we'll do Costco. So that's all the parsing we'll do for this example. I mean, you could really populate this with anything, any receipts that you're getting over and over again. If it gets too large, you can store it in a separate module, or you can even put it into Firebase. So this is the array we're going to use for searching. So remember, we're getting the string in here. That's the OCR. So let's put it all to lowercase. So the search string would equal string to lowercase. And then now we'll get the match object. So these are each object. So we'll call it match object. Match strings, and we're going to filter this array. And we will filter it by so does the search string include the match string? Filter it by that. So then we will return, first we'll say match object. Did they find anything? Is it greater than 0? If it is greater than 0, remember the filter is returning an array. Probably only going to be one array, but so we will return match object. Otherwise, we just want to return a match string and null. So let's just take a look at this. That looks pretty good. And let's move on to the find date. So find date, we're going to use regex on this one. So the regex we use will be, so we're looking for, I'll show you what we're looking for. Like let's say, have a comment on this, so it's a little confusing, but we're looking for North American style by default, month, day, year. But if someone feeds us, we want to be able to realize that this is month 2, and we want to handle 2 or 4 years. And we also want to be able to handle this kind of thing. So these are the 2 formats basically with varying degrees of numbers that I want the regex to pick up. And so if you think about it, like this number, the first digit in this number, and neither of these numbers can go over 3 because there's never higher than 39 days in a month. So that's the highest possibility. So the first digit is optional. The second digit is not. So this is picking up this. And I'll show you because I'm going to do so basically it's looking for either 2 or 1 digits that come before slash or a hyphen, and I'm going to copy it. So the second one is the same. It's potentially just 1 digit, but it's for sure 1 digit at least, or 2. And then I have another slash, and then for this last one, and really we could probably, on this first one, we could go between 1 and 2. We'll just go to 0 for simplicity's sake. We could make this a lot more complex, but so we don't know if it's going to be 4 numbers. So the first 2 are optional, and I somehow got an extra hyphen here. Hopefully I'm not missing one. Oh, there it is. And so the first 2 are optional, the second 2 are not. And so we close it with the /, and then the G that will pick up all of them, not just the first one. And the matches will equal string.match string.match.regex, and then if there are any matches, we will get date object equal extract date, and we're just feeding it that first one in the array. There should only be one. And then return the date object. Else else we're going to return this. Now we need to do this extract date function. And so just to be clear, this is a date string. It's not the entire OCR. Doesn't really matter, but just to be clear. So now I'm going to take this date. I'm going to figure out whether this is a month or a day or vice versa, or what it is. So the first regex I'm going to use is what's called a look behind. So we want to make sure there's no slash or hyphen right in front of the first number. And how we're going to do that is we're going to check that it's not, nothing is in front of it in the form of a forward slash or a hyphen. So nothing is in front of it. No forward slash or hyphen is in front of it. And the first number is optional. And then behind it, there must be a look behind. This is a look behind a forward slash or a hyphen. So this has definitely got to be the this has got to be the first number if this is the case. And then in this case, there needs to be a forward slash at the front. So I could probably just take this and copy it. The only difference is this exclamation mark. There is a forward slash and there's a forward slash on the back. And the last one will be kind of like a reverse of the first one. So this one has a forward slash on the front, and then we have these two numbers on the back end. And then on the end, we need that. And so now the first digit, and we'll convert them to digits. The date string, so we're extracting that digit, whether it's 2 or 1 digits for both of these, we're extracting it. And second and third. And then what I'm going to do is we still don't know if we're going to associate like which one will go with what. We still haven't figured out whether it's going to be first or second, month or day. So for now, I'm just going to create these variables. And what I will do, so third digit, if the third digit is less than 50. So basically, if it's just a 2-digit number, the year num equals 2000. And I'm not going to count for years before 2000 at this point. You may want to, depending on what kind of documents you're getting in. But I'm just going to go with anything past 1999. And if the third digit is greater than 2000, and so that should take care of the year. Now let's figure out the days. If first digit is less than 13, So less than 32. There's only maximum 31 days in a month. Then month num equals first. So remember in JavaScript, the month starts 0 January. So when you're setting it, like using a new date, make sure you reduce the month by 1. And set the second digit. So kind of just going to do the reverse of this. So okay, so there we're figuring out the date, whether it's day or month. And now we're just going to do a quick verification that all of the dates have passed the test. So if all of that is okay, we'll get a result date and new date. I'm going to set the time. I'll explain why later. And okay, so return. Oh, mistake there. We don't need that variable. Okay, so the final one we need to do is find total, and luckily that is a pretty straightforward one. So const regex, and all we want to do is find a dollar figure, but we don't need, it doesn't need to have a dollar in front of it. But so basically the way I'm going to do it is I'll do it in groups of 3 because there may be commas. And so the commas are optional and the numbers are optional up to a certain point. So I'll just repeat this so we can get a few 100 million or whatever. And then the final one are not optional and there's no comma. It's a decimal, and we need a day, and then find all. So that should be, we're missing slashes in front of those D's. I forgot that. So that should be about it for the regex on that. And then so const extracted total Okay, so if you remember how this is pulling all the dollar figures off the receipt. So for how are we going to choose which one to do it? Well, for this parsing function, just because it's very simple, I'm going to just take the last one. And this may be wrong, but often that's how parsing works, where you're just trying to do the best you can. So most of the time, the last dollar figure in the OCR will be the total. It won't always be that way, but that's why we're double checking all the invoices. So this will work pretty good most of the time. For your uses, you may probably want to tweak it somehow. You may want to tweak it somehow to make this more comprehensive, but it should be good enough for our purposes now. So we have the parsing functions, and so what we want to do is, what I'd like to do actually is, I'm going to try to go back to so in here, this is the demo one I had. Just going to get it to return that OCR from the other receipt, so we can test if it is correct. Okay, let's take a look. So we got the storage. Go to files. Oh, one more thing we forgot. What we want to do in the processors is we want to that should be in the OCRs. So what we want to do in the processors is want to bring in the OCR functions, and we are probably going to want to bring, we're going to want it to Firestore functions. So Firestore functions too. So when we process an OCR, we want to get the image OCR, and it will equal functions right now. The object's irrelevant because we're just getting that string in return. But then what we're going to do, we got to get the parsing functions in there. Parsing functions. parse data. And that's coming from parsing functions. And remember, it's just exporting that one. And what we're feeding is the image OCR, not the object. So that will get the parse data. And if you remember how we add a document, is we have a whole bunch of data. We're basically going to go return Firestore functions dot add and so we'll create a const create object. So it's going to be create object and add document create object. And remember, we had this all this data that we're feeding into this, so we need to create this object here. So collection name, we're just putting in the raw OCR, and then here we're going to this is the object if the string matches. And remember, within that object we have a name. And so if that exists, we're going to put that in. So now we have the name. Category. Date. And for the total, oh, we don't want the match string. The match string is only going to have the category. The rest are just going to be straight up like this, because they're coming from different functions. And the total, and let's parse this float. And that's the create object. So did I find, I made a mistake on that. Let's fire up the emulator again. Okay, so this is a problem that you may run into, and it kind of confused me at first. The port is not open. So this is what I found to work with this. If it's, in this case, it's 8080. So I run that, and then I get this. This is what I need to shut down. So I'm gonna, okay, so now I shouldn't be getting that anymore. Okay, so here it is, and I have to create the folder, and I go in the folder, and we've only got the JPEG working so far. Image OCR is not a function. OCR image. Let's try again. We'll have to create the folder again. Oh, maybe I didn't save. OCR image is not OCR image. OCR functions. OCR image. OCR functions and OCR image. Have to export it, obviously. And should be, sorry, it should be now let's try it. Storage, files. Okay, we got a bunch of errors here. Cannot read undefined reading name. Okay. And we have a, okay, so let's check this out. First off, the third reg is invalid. There it is. Hopefully that works. And then cannot read properties of undefined. I'll just make this a little bigger here. Cannot read properties of undefined for name. So what's happening here is that something's happening with this matched. The matched function here, and I'm not exactly sure what is going on with this. So we have the match object, match strings filter, search string includes object match string, and if we return match object length greater than 0, so either we're returning that object or we're returning null. That looks fine, but then when we go to the processor, parse data, parsing functions, parse all. I'm just going to try something. Storage, folder, files, okay, so it seemed to fix the other things, but now on the parsing functions, something is going on with date, extract date, find date. And what line is that? 38. Okay, so there might be a mistake with this. First off, that second number is optional. And well, let's try it here. Maybe that was it. Files and run it, logs. Oh, we have a spelling error here. But it got through it. It's getting better. Okay. Files. Reg is not defined. Here we go. Again. Firestore functions add document is not a function. And that is probably because I did that again. What's this one called? Match. Maybe we'll get lucky this time. Oh, again, we have the that issue with the port. So LSOF. I believe it's usually 8080 that we gotta do. And so we gotta kill 17707. Oh, module spelling error. Okay, files. Add document is not a function. Processors, add Firestore functions, add document. Very strange. Oh. Module exports. Okay. Okay, let's check it out. And it worked. It got the name. Well, first off, it created the file, got the name. That total is wrong. It got the OCR, and it got the category. This total is strange, though. Let's see if we can see where. It's just kind of hard to go through it. There's something strange about that extract total. Extracted total. Yeah, maybe there is something wrong with that. That looks pretty good. Extracted total. Looks pretty good, but maybe I'll just take a couple of these. I take a couple of these out. Yeah. Let's try this again. I'm just a little bit, it's a little strange that yeah, again with the 0.12. Let me try, just paste this one in. It looks about the same. And we'll delete that. And so let's try again. Very strange. I don't really have time to figure that out right now. I'm not sure why it's not picking up the proper one. But anyways, well, actually, it may be just what we have pasted in there. Anyways, we'll worry about that later. The parsing doesn't need to be perfect. It is picking up the name and the category. and it may pick up other ones better. So so basically the parsing's working. We can see everything seems to be working. We'll just check that PDFs work the same. And there was a problem. What is there? Nothing happened. Oh, maybe we haven't set up the processor for that yet. We haven't set up the processor for that. So, processor for that is pretty similar. We're just going to change some of the... So for process PDF, it's a little bit different. We're just going to create the document and then run the OCR PDF function, which doesn't return anything to this. So Firestore functions, add document, and we're just going to pass in this object. And a collection name. And a blank OCR because because of this extra step, we can't do the OCR right away. But then we will do OCR functions, OCR PDF, and we'll just use the name in this OCR function. But at this point, it doesn't matter because we are just getting that string. We're not running the OCR function yet. So that seemed to work. It uploads everything. There's no parsing, of course, because there's no OCR. The OCR for this will happen in a separate, in this OCR PDF, we will get involved with this JSON. And JSON is going to be, can probably just write this right now. Turn this into an async. So this is process JSON. Again, when these JSON files come out of the OCR. So text from JSON. And this is when we do the search, that second function in the Firestore functions. If you remember, we have a search name. And then we need to, when it's kind of hard to explain at this point, but when Google Vision uploads the JSON file from the OCR, it has a certain name pattern. So I'll explain this later once we do it. I just wanted to write this before we move on. This is basically just getting the name of the JSON file because we need it to determine which Firestore document to upload. So basically, we're just finding which document to update. And within that, if you remember from the previous one, it's the storage file name. That's how we're finding it. That's how it's related to that JSON file. And then I will have parse data, not parse date. And category. Just very basic, very similar to the add document object that we did before. And this one is just going to be date. And total. Okay, so we won't be using that for a while, but for now, I just wanted to write it so we have all the processors. And so that seems to all be working up to the point where we want to switch and start writing the OCR functions. And again, we can't really, it's too much trouble to set it up. It's difficult to get the Google Vision reading these files that are in the emulator. So I think that should be it for now. We'll shut down the emulator. And we're going to get to work on the OCR functions. So the first one is the OCR image. And I go to this site, Google Cloud, Cloud Vision API. And I'm going to take a look. I'm under the node. And I'm going to, what I'm going to do is I'm going to get these imports first. Actually, I'll take this and put it in there instead. So that's what we pasted in from the Google site. So we just have to make a few changes on this. So first off, let's so I'm just going to do an object literal here and feed in the actually let me get some other imports first. We will do, I'll just get this up here for now. Get a storage instance because we're going to need that. And Firebase config. Storage bucket name. Files bucket path. Oh, sorry. We will do an object literal on that. So this is just the path to the file. And so anything in the files folder, that's the path. Now I'm going to do the length. And I'll show you why I'm doing this later. I'm just going to get the link. And let's copy this. Just so I have easy access to those two folders. So in here, I'll have storage bucket name. And this is the actual file name, which will include the bucket. So that's how we're going to get the image link. And then we will do result. And I'm going to change this to destructure the array. And rather than do this for each, I'm going to do something different here to get the text. I will do so. I'm going to turn this into a ternary. And so if it exists, we want to use it. If not, we'll just return null. And then we'll get the result. The res equals conditionally, if full text equals null, then just an empty string. Otherwise, we'll get full text description and we'll return res. So let me just take a look at this. We want the image link, not the file name. Okay, hopefully that works. And then as far as the PDF goes, so it's a little bit different. So we've got the client. We actually have got those destinations too. So I'm going to take all of this. And first off, I'm going to whoops. Then so that's the link. And then we got the input config. We're going to replace this with link. This is the source. And then the output config. We'll do a PDF bucket path. And then the link substring. So basically, we're just stripping the folder off and getting the name of the file. That's the reason why we have file bucket length. So that should give us where to place it in the PDF files folder. And then it will append that kind of strange, I'll show you later, it does a page number on it kind of automatically. And so then we'll keep all this the same. And we'll keep all this the same. This is what we and basically it just saves the file. So to process the file, we have to read get text from JSON, do this function. So get text from JSON. First we're going to download the file. So we're just getting the file. And we're getting the name, and then we're going to download it. So now we got the file, and what we're going to do is parse JSON will equal JSON.parse. And we'll create a variable that we're going to add to. And so we're going to add to that array. And it's less than parsed JSON responses. So less than the length of this array. And now we'll push to responses array, stringify, parsed, parsed JSON, responses, full text annotation text. So that's how we're going to get, it's going to go through that JSON and pull out all the text and assemble it, reassemble it really, back into a single string. And we'll now have to delete this because this was just a download. And then so that will delete that JSON file because we don't need it anymore. And let joined responses equal responses. So we're going to join this array, turn it into a string. If joined responses. Now, what I'm doing here is this PDF output has an annoying habit of placing an extra set of quotes around the OCR, which causes it to have double quotes in the Firebase, which can cause problems. So I'm going to get rid of any first quotes, and I'm going to do the same for the last quote. So that should get rid of the quotes at the start and the end. I'm also going to get rid of any commas just because we have that CSV download. All commas going to replace with nothing. And we're also going to replace on the PDFs, they tend to have this return symbol. We need to escape it. So I have to have an extra one to escape it. And I'm going to replace that with a space. And whoops, okay. So we have all of these. Basically, so we have OCR PDF, and then when the PDF sends that file, it should automatically trigger the JSON. So let's just double check the index and see. Processors process JSON, and okay. Now, what we're going to do is we are going to deploy this and see if it works. See what happens when we put it up there. So we're deploying it. Okay, so let's give this a shot, see what happens. Come into the storage. We have to switch to our new project. That's the problem. Come to storage, and first I will upload a receipt. And let's see. Oh, looks like these weren't set up. Oh, yeah, it's set up. It's okay. Let's see. String match, str match is not a function. It's not really giving me any. Sometimes we can look at, oh. We have to enable the cloud. Let me just okay, so here is the cloud project, and what we have to do is we have to go to the APIs. And let's enable this. Okay, and let's get back to here. Just delete that and try to upload again. I'm not sure why it just keeps telling me to get started. Okay, so we're getting string match is not a function. And we can maybe open these in Google Cloud just to get a little more detail, the logs. I'm wondering where that is happening. We can take a look. So string match is not a function. I think I know what the problem is. Okay, let's do this deploy. Okay, I think I found the issue. It is here. We just want the name. And let's try to deploy this again. Okay, hopefully that fixed it. So I'll do an upload on this one. And let's see the logs. Oh, it worked. Okay, great. So it worked, and it read the name and the OCR. Perfect, and it got the total. Wow, okay, so let's try a PDF. So the PDF will be created very quickly. I'm going to get rid of this test document. And the PDF OCRs take a little longer. Probably not this long. So waiting for doesn't seem to be working, but I'm not getting an error. So maybe there's something, let's see here. So it did upload the file. Let's see if it's still there. Nope, it's already deleted it. And we'll just see what the log says. It wasn't able to update it. So we know the OCR worked. It did upload the it did create this OCR JSON, and it looks like it did get this OCR PDF. So let's get text from JSON. I don't know why I had this await in it. Okay, I see what the problem was. We have to put in functions, the match. We have to be updating the Firestore. It's not going to work. Okay, let's give this a shot. Wait for the Firestore document to be created. It's created. Seems a little long. Don't seem to be getting any errors. But at the same time, it's not getting updated. I think I found another error. It's going to be this one. And the other problem. Okay, one more try. And now it seems to be working. So that was a little slow. I'm not sure if Cloud Functions are just being slow right now or what's going on. But anyways, all the parsing seems to work well, and the total came in and everything seemed fine. So that's it for the Cloud function, and we will now move on to the front end with NextJS. Okay, let's get started with the front end. I'm going to be using NextJS. So I'm in the directory where I want this project to be. It's a separate project from the Cloud function, and I'm going to type in this command, create next app, and then the name, calling it receipts demo NextJS, and this will run the script, create the app in the directory. So this directory has been created too, and I'll just copy this command and cd into it, and then I will open VS Code with this project. So here's the project, and I'm going to open up a terminal window at the bottom here. First, I'm going to do a couple things. I'm going to create a source folder and put this pages inside the source folder. I'm going to take this global CSS and put it in with the app.js, and delete this, and then make sure I'm importing the globals here and get rid of this here. So now, and I will also create a components folder. And so now what I'm going to do is I will go in the Tailwind CSS.com. If you just search Tailwind NextJS, it'll give you the instructions for installing Tailwind with NextJS. And so I've done this. I've created the project. I want to do this, but I want to use yarn. So I'll do yarn add and And then the next one I'll do this command, and then I want to actually, since I'm using yarn, I'm going to get rid of the package lock.json, and I'm going to run this command. Okay, so let's see if my Tailwind is working here. And we have to get rid of all this. And I'll just put receipts demo. And I will, oh, we have to first, before the Tailwind's going to be working, I got to go down here and get this config going on. So I'm going to go in here. Now these folders don't exactly match, so I'll go to source, pages, and then I will put in this extension info, and then I'm going to copy that. So that's covering the components and pages. I may need it for another folder later, but we'll add that later. And then in this globals, I'm going to get rid of all this and paste in this. So let's take a look at what we can. So we've got the receipts demo header going. Let's make sure that, sorry, we'll do a class name. And I'll do text red 500, and there we go. So we know the Tailwind is working and it is set up properly. The next thing we're going to do is we will get the Firebase info in. So I'm going to split this terminal, and in here I'm going to go yarn add Firebase. And while it's doing that, I'm going to go back here to our project settings, and I'm just going to copy all this. And in the source folder, I'm going to create another folder, and I'm just going to call it API. You could call it anything, Firebase, whatever you want. And I'm going to create a file. And this is where I'm going to paste this in. And I'm not going to place these variables in here. I'm going to put them in a .env local file. So I'm going to go down here and create it here. And you can read about the environment variables in Next on this page. But basically, we have to, in the env.local file, we have to prefix them with the next public, and then to pull them up elsewhere in the project, we have to start them with the process env. So I'll show you that. We'll first so we have all of these, and so we want, we'll just And then I will just name these. So I've named those, and now I just have to put an equal sign, make sure to get rid of the comma here. This is not an object. And put in the equal signs. So that looks about good. And so to select these, I'll do an option down arrow. Just a second. So to select these, I'll do option and command and click down, and then I do an option shift and click to the right, and that will pick up just those names. I'll move over here and I'll paste these here for now. And again, option down, whoops, option command down, and okay, these aren't perfectly, so I'll just get rid of these. So get rid of those and grab these. So option command down and go to the end of the line and paste those in. And with a comma. So we have those, and now we just have to process.e okay, so that looks pretty good. Now let's just see, we want to, in this, I'm going to get rid of all of these comments in here. And what I'm going to add here is get apps. Get auth. get Firestore and get storage. So that should be all the ones we need. We have the config, and then to do this, initialize the app, I'm going to do it this way. I'm going to create the variable. And this will just check if there are any apps running, because sometimes there will be an app already initialized and it'll try to initialize another one, you'll get an error. So this is just a protective measure. So app equals and else and I'm just going to change this to config because I'm going to want to export something called Firebase config. So change that to config. And we will just do const auth equals get auth, const storage equals get storage, and for this one I'll put app in there, and then const db get Firestore. And so we want to const Firebase config equals auth db storage. And then we just want to export default Firebase config. Okay, so still getting an error on here on these, but I think that's just the spell check. So I'm just going to, I don't know how to ignore that. But anyways, it shouldn't cause any problems. So now we've got the Firebase going on. Let's just test if the envs are working. I'm going to import Firebase config from there, and console log. Actually, I have to I'm going to do the config. Just I want to see if the environment variables are coming through. And so let's see here. Yeah, so I think we're getting an error on the env. See if we're even getting a just going to console log that to see. It looks correct, although, oh, maybe I put a, let's double check if I, okay, so that seems to be working, and it was just a typo in this. So the Firebase appears to be working. So first, before we create the first component, I'm just going to disable this. This must be what's causing the env. So yeah, it was just a spelling extension I had. And I'm going to get rid of this console log. And the first component I'm going to work on is the nav bar. I'm going to create a folder, and in the folder I will create nav.jsx, and I have this extension that automatically creates functions. Okay, so let's get started on the nav function component. So in the nav we have some login information. We want the user in the top right hand corner. We got the search box, and we have the click back and forth to the grid view. So we'll start with, we will need the user. So current user equals auth, and let's see here, we will get auth.current user, and we'll have some other, first we'll do the actual HTML. So and we'll do a background of blue. Let's get this going in here. And we won't do the current user yet. We don't need it. So comment that out. And so we have the div class, and within this div we'll do another div, and do the margins, the padding I should say, and the margin will be MX auto, and we will do max width So let's see here. So there is the start of the nav bar. And then we're going to put in another div within this one to contain the items in the nav bar. And this will be a flex. Flex wrap, items center, justify between, and then another div, and this one will be flex items center and width 0. And here now I will start putting the items in. And just to start, I will do, let's and the table icon I'll have to import. So and actually I'll just import everything I need from the icon. So I need the search icon for the search magnifying glass, and later I'll need the template icon from, and this is from Hero Icons React Outline. So the table icon, I'll give it some tailwind, margin right. This is to separate it from the search box. Text, make it white. Okay, so there we have the switch to grid icon. And next, we will do another span. And this span will have a flex padding 2, background indigo, again 800, and rounded LG, and get that equal sign right. And within this span will be the search icon, and that will have a class name of width 6, height 6, text white. And so there's our search icon. And then we will what we're going to do is we're going to have another component after this. So after this span, we'll have a div. And within this div, we're going to have another component called search box. and that will be also in this. Let's see if it'll import it for us. To save it. So now it's obviously not a search box yet, but it's printing out search box. And so there's the search box. And then we will do, after that div, we'll do a button. And this button will be flex items center justify center padding on the x-axis 4, padding on the y-axis 2, text small, font medium, and text indigo 600 to match. It's on a white background, but text will match the nav bar, and border transparent rounded, so medium rounding, and we'll do a hover, and active BG indigo, we'll go with 300. See how that looks. Okay, so that button is, as you can see, working, and now we will put in the word upload. So there is the upload button. Now what we're going to have over here is a conditional. It's either going to show a well, actually it'll just show the user, because if there's no user you can't see this page if you're not logged in. So that will show either, well, it'll show the user and the logout button. So right now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to do the logout button for now. So we'll do another div, and this, sorry, we want this out of this div. So this is its own flex box. We want to get out of this flex box. We want to go to another div, and this other div is going to have the class name get rid of that. Flex shrink 0, width full, so it fills up whatever container it's in, margin top 2, and on a small screen, margin top 0, and a small screen width auto. And within this, what we'll have is it will be a conditional later, but for now I'll just put the div in. So div, and it will be flex row, another div, and here will be and padding right 3, so there's the user showing up over there. And then beside this div, we want the other button, the logout button. So and it actually, we could probably just copy this one in. Okay, so that's the nav working, basically. So what we'll do now is we'll go work on the login page. Okay, so to start, we'll create a login component. So we'll call the folder login, and inside I'll create a login JSX file and create an exported function. And what we're going to do for this component is we'll take it from this Tailwind UI preview. They have one here, so I'm just going to choose React, and I'm going to take all of this. So I'm going to copy that, and I'm going to get rid of that image. This is showing as an error because we're not using next image there, but we don't need it at all. So I'm going to get rid of that, and down here I will just see if I can just import that. It's not picking up the import, so get that, save it, and let's just check where we're at now. So it's showing that, it's just auto-filling that, but if you do it, it'll probably empty. So we've got the basic how we want the login to look. Now what I want to do is first off, this login is going to use something called Formic, which is a form package for React. And also I'm going to add something called yup, which is validation. So I'll do yarn add Formic. Yarn add yup. And after that, I'll go up here and I'm going to need a few things. I'll get rid of this. I don't need that. And I don't know why it's doing the import like that, but I just need from React. And a couple other things I'll need from the Firebase auth package. I need sign in with email and password. And then I will add Firebase. It's actually a Firebase import from Firebase here. So import Firebase from API Firebase. And then I'll do import Formic, and we'll also need from the Formic package field, form, and error message. And that is all from Formic. And then I'm also going to do import everything as yup from yup. So that should be all the imports we'll need. And then I'm going to change this to login. And so for the state that I have a snippet here that I use to create state. For that, we need login error. And so that's a state that we want to keep track of. And then I'll also create a constant called auth, and that's just Firebase auth. And then I want to create the function that will be happen when the button is clicked when it's submitted. So I'll call this handle login. And handle login will take those three parameters, and then we'll use that sign in with email and password, auth, email, password, and then we'll do a catch, and the catch will be a function and then I will set the state, set login error. Just can put any message in there you want. So that should be okay. And now we'll start making changes to this. And how we're going to do this is we have, well, first off, we're going to get rid of this. Let's see how this looks. And so we have sign into your account. That's the end of that div. And then there, we're going to wrap this in a Formic tag. And so I will take all of this and I just want to make sure. Just want to make sure I get everything. So, so I got too many divs there. So we just want to get basically the form. So I'll take that, cut it, and put it inside the Formic tag. And then in this formic tag, we want to do a couple things. So initial values, we will have email, and it will be blank. And password, and that will be blank. And then we'll put in the validation schema from yup. So in here we'll have email, and it will be a string in the format of email, and we'll put in the error message. It's required. So they can't leave it blank. And then we will do password. No password provided. So that's the error message for that. And then we need to do that handle login. So on submit, we're getting the values. We're doing handle login. We just need the auth and values.email and values.password. And that should be good. And then we want to change this to a form from formic. And then we will get rid of, we don't need these actions. And then we can get rid of this input tag. And then we don't need the label anymore. And instead of input, we can do field. And actually, I'm going to get both of these at the same time. So we're using that formic tag field. The ID is just going to be email. The name is email. We don't need, we've got yup for the required. And the only thing we're going to add now is below this tag, we will do error message, name, email, class name, and for this we'll just do text small, font medium, and indigo text. And so now for the password, again, we're going to get rid of the label. And we don't need the autocomplete. And again, we will do an error message, and I'll just copy this down here. So there are those two fields with the error message. And then I'm going to get rid of this one. Actually, I might just replace that with, I think I'll just put in the conditional here. Take out all this. And I'll take out all of this, and then I'll put in a conditional login error and a ternary and login error and I'm going to use this exact, actually I'll just copy this from here. I'm going to use the exact same as here. And so we have here we will have the login. If there is a login error, we'll display it there. And otherwise, and I have an extra, I didn't get rid of that there. Okay, so that's a ternary. If there's no login error, then nothing will be displayed. So let's say there we go, invalid credentials, login errors displaying. So that's about it for the login. And the next thing I will work on will be the context, the auth context. So I'm going to put that in its own folder. In context, and I will call it auth context. And so for this auth context, I will do so it's going to be conditional basically. If there's no user, then we're going to show the login page. If there is a user, we will just go to the main page. So for this one, we'll need to import the following. Create context, use context. I did that strange import again. And I'll need a use effect and a use state. And so the first use state will have is current user, which will be null by default, and we will also have a loading state, it'll be true by default. And then actually I'm going to call this getAuth. So we got the auth. Yeah, it's auto completing that. And so the use effect, basically we just want to refresh, check the user, set the user. So how we're going to do it. And we'll use on ID and I need a few more things here. I need to import also need I'll also need that later. Oops. I'll need that later as well. So now now it'll autofill on ID token changed. Async user function, and if no user, and set current user null, set loading false, return. So just checking if there is a user. And so basically, if there is a user, we're going to get this token. Just to make sure there's a user. And set loading false. So that's a use effect for this. And then what we do now is a conditional. And so all we're going to do is, if there is no current user, if no current user, return login. So we're basically going to return that login component. Otherwise, return auth context provider value, and we're going to pass that current user in, and the tag there, and then in between the tag we're just going to have the children. So then we need to export it, the use auth use context okay, that all looks good. Now we want to place this in the app. So basically I'm going to return and that'll import it. Cut this. And then the one thing I want to do with that component, though, just to make it fill the screen, I'm going to do this class name, HScreen. And that'll just fill the height. So there is that, and we have one more thing to do, is we don't need this login anymore. We'll just have the nav for now. Of course, later it'll be a lot more. So let's see, why is that? So if current user, return login. If there's no current user to return login, and if not, return children. I'm not sure why. Ah, that's why. There we go. So this is auto-filled for me. I've already created the user, and that's working. Now, one last thing that we want to do is just create the logout on the nav, and that is super easy. So all we're going to do for that is go to the nav, and on this logout button, on click auth sign out. So let's check. Okay, what I'm going to try is I'm just going to Firebase import Firebase and then do Firebase. Okay, and that works, so it logs in. And then the one final thing I want to do on this for now is I want to display right here. And here we can uncomment that. And so what we're going to display is just the user's email. So right here. And there we go. So on to the next section. So the next thing I want to work on is this upload button. When this clicks, there should be a modal that comes up and then a place that we can drag files. So to get started with that, I'll start by working with the index file. And the first thing I want to do is just import use state and use effect from from React. And we have the Firebase config, and okay, so then we want to do some states here. What I'll do is these will be the documents that we get from Firestore. And they will be an array, so we'll set it as an empty array. I'm also going to, because we're going to be searching the documents at times, I'll have a filtered documents state. And later we will also need an active document. And that will be null. And then we will also be needing, if you remember, we have the other collection, which is file details. So we're going to load those too. And again, that's an array, so we'll set it to an empty array to start. And then let's do a use effect for the loading. And so in this use effect, we're actually going to need to create something, Firestore function. But first I'll just put in what it's going to look like here. So the first one will load documents, the documents collection. So there's the documents and file details. And I'll call this constant document snap unsubscribe. And the function that we're going to create, we'll call it on documents change. And inside this, we will set the documents. And I'm also going to set filter documents. Here on the load. And the way that I'm going to structure this, this will be, the first part will be the callback, and then the second part will be the collection name so that we can reuse it. So that would be the documents snap unsubscribe. And let's just copy this. And let's call this file details. And file details. And then if there's no active document, so basically what, if you remember, the application has a list, and by default, the first item on the list is active when we reload. That's what this is doing. And if we're filtered, we still want the top one of the filtered. We don't want an active document that's not in the filtered results. So we use the filtered document array to set that rather than just the total documents. And then at the bottom of this, we want to unsubscribe. Document snap unsubscribe. Okay, so there are those, and so now we have to work on, let's get this done on documents changed. So we want to, we'll go up to this API and from here we will import actually I'll just import Firebase again, and we will also import, we'll need some of these from the Firestore package. So import those, and then we'll create this. We'll just call it export on documents change, and then we'll have adds the parameters, the callback, and then the collection name. And first we'll create a ref. And let's call this const db equals firebase dot db, because we'll need that. And so in the collection ref, we'll have db and the collection name, and then we'll use that collection ref with the on snapshot. So we're going to do return on snapshot collection ref snapshot, and then let data equals snapshot, and we'll map it to data. So we are returning a snapshot using the collection ref, and from the snapshot we're mapping it to an array. And what we're doing is we'll spread all the data in each item. And we'll keep the ID as a separate field just for access. So that's how we get the data out. And then the callback, if you remember, we just do that. Now let's take a look at the original. So on documents change with the data, and yeah, that looks about right. So now we have the on documents change, and this will now, we'll be able to pull data from those collections. Let's do a console log, because there, I believe there's some documents in there. So and file we have to import so we'll see if it's pulling the data from there. Doesn't seem to be pulling anything. Let's just take a look, make sure. There is data in those, so it should be getting something. Here we go. We have to change this. And get rid of this filter. We don't want to set the filter documents to that. And now it seems to be, it's pulling these two records from there. And it's pulling the one file details. So that's working. So now we are getting the data okay. Now what we want to do is we want to pass this data throughout the project. So I'm going to create another context. And this will be a simpler context than the auth context. So and const document context equals create context, and then export. So we got that context going on, and now we can go back to index, and at the top I will bring in document context, and then I will wrap all of this inside a document to context provider. So put the nav inside there. And so in this provider, we will pass a bunch of these states that we've created already. We're going to pass documents and filtered documents. We don't really need to set documents, but we will need to set filtered documents when we do the search bar. and we will need the active document, and we will need the set active document, and we will need the file details, set file details, and that's about it for now. So those will be available throughout anything that we wrap this in. And so that should be about it for the index for now. We have the context, we have the Firestore, and we might as well go ahead and we will create we'll create another one here called Firebase Storage. And Firebase Storage is anything to do with placing files into storage. So obviously we'll need this for that upload modal. So for this we'll need a few things from the Firebase Storage, and I'll just get them all in right now. We'll need delete objects, ref, and the upload, bytes resumable. That's for uploading the files, and we need this to get the link so we can view the so we have a link to view the preview. And we get all that from Firebase Storage. We will need some Firestore in here as well. So we'll just get the doc, delete doc, and set doc. And we'll spell that correctly. And so we will start with export function upload file. And so the one thing we have to keep in mind when we upload file, we have to change the name, because if you upload a file with the same name, it will replace the other file in storage. And obviously, when you're loading tons of documents, you're going to get a lot of documents just called invoice or receipt.jpg, and you don't want those to replace them. So what we're going to use to create names is something called UUID. And if we go to npm here, you can see there is this that will allow you to generate UUIDs. So we'll use this. So I will just yarn add UUID. And chances are when we generate a UUID, I mean, there's a very small chance that you'll generate one you've already generated before, but just in case, I'm going to create a function to make sure it doesn't do that. So I'll just create, since this is in the happening in the nav bar, I will create a file under helpers, and I'll call it uid.js, and to use, you can see here, I'm going to just import this. And I'll just call this get unique UUID. And what I need is, if you remember, this is the names of these will be the UUID. The UUID will be generated for these files. Like all these files would be UUID codes. But then when we upload the file details, it will be UUID for the ID. We'll also be putting that in here under the storage name. It'll say files, and then there'll be the UUID. So that will be how we will match those two. So we need to get what's already in the file details collection to make sure we're making a unique UUID. So I'll start with let unique equal false and let unique and what I'll do is while unique is false, I'll go const UUID. So that will generate a UUID. And then I want to check the file details array. So I'll just, to be clear, I'll call this array. File details array. And filter it. And for each element, if the LID equals UUID, is less than 1, then we want to use that one, and we want to get out of this loop, so we'll say true. So we're out of the loop, we have our code, and we just return it. So that should work. I mean, again, chances are it's not going to be an issue. It's very rare that it would generate the same one, I think. But just in case. So we will do the upload file. So first we get the UUID, and for that we get unique UUID, and we then pass in those file details. And then create a storage ref. And the storage ref, we use that ref that we imported from the storage package. And then I'll do an object literal, and what we want is we want the bucket name. So we'll have to we'll get that from here, from the settings. Storage bucket. So we have the bucket name, and we're uploading it to files. And we're using that UUID. So that will create the ref for that. And then we const upload task equals upload bytes resumable and storage ref, and the file. And then upload task on I've seen some put a double after that, and then equal math.round bytes transferred, and now we're getting that percentage so we can display it in the progress bar. Usually goes so fast you hardly see it, but so there's the progress, and we'll be able to show that, display that. And so after that, we want to see if there's any errors. And now we want to get the download. This is where we will get the link so that we can view the images, previews of the images. And we're doing it here because it's a little easier than getting it on the back end. That's the purpose of that whole extra database. Okay, so hopefully that is good. And so there is the upload file, and now we will get started on that modal and get started on this button, the modal and uploading. So first we will create the modal component. So we will go close some of these. Go into the navbar folder, and let's create a file. And in here, what we have to do is we will install something called React Modal. And so I'll use yarn. And add that, and then I will import modal. From React Modal. And we are also going to and we'll do the drop zone in a separate, inside this we'll have a drop zone. But first we will do import, we'll do an icon, solid, and we're going to be passing this some props. And in the props, we will get the following. If we go back, actually, let me just at some of the documentation on this. So this explains some of how we're going to use this, and it shows some of the props that we're going to pass in. So these are the props we're getting from the upload modal component. And then within this, we'll take this out and just have a tag modal. And I'm going to style this just style this with some stuff that I found works to keep it centered when it comes up. And set the height. And just set some of these props, and is open is equal to the prop. On request close is equal to on request close. And then we'll have the button, which will have an on click, which is just on click from the props. And missing a so then within this button we'll have the X icon, class name, text black, and we'll just set some height and width and go ahead and close it. So there is the modal, and we'll also be dropping in the drop zone on within this. But first, I just want to make sure that this is working. So we already have open modal, close modal, and we have this use state set modal is open. Let's import modal. Let's import upload modal. And what we'll do is we will put it in right below the button here. Right below the open modal button. And we'll pass in the props. And we'll pass that function close modal. And also on click close modal. Basically following what they're doing here, using the functions to affect the state. It's basically the same. Let's see if that works. So it is creating that modal for us. And now we just want to put in the functionality to drop or select files from within this modal. And to do that, what I'm going to do is I will, in the navbar folder, I will create a my drop zone React drop zone. There we go. I installed the wrong package. So yarn React drop zone. Yarn add React drop zone. Okay, so that's added, and what we're going to do is we'll just take this from the npm page and paste it right in. And we're going to alter this so it works for us. I don't need this React. And we'll also be needing use state, use context, and let's get import upload file, what do we call it? Upload file from because we're going to be uploading the file with that, and we'll also get the import document context from okay, so my drop zone, one piece of state that I want in here is, if you remember, we're going to have the progress, and put that at 0. That's being counted, if you remember, in here, the progress, and we need to pull those file details so we can check the UUID is correct. Okay, so, and then on callback is where we will go const file equals accepted files, and we're going to just check if those are there and get the 0 index of those, and if file, we're just going to return get out. Otherwise, we will use this upload file and set progress and file details, because that is what we need to put in there for parameters. And now we're down at the drop zone. Get out of here. And in this area, what we're going to do, we're going to get rid of this ternary here, actually get rid of all this and get rid of this. And I'm just going to put a couple of divs in here. Just put some CSS in here to format it. And rounded. So that's the first div, and then within this div I'll put another one, and this will be another flex call, and then within this I will have a button. And the button will be flex, padding, text, white, and background indigo 500, rounded, MD. And I'm going to do a hover on this, background indigo 400, similar to the other buttons. And then within this button, I will place this text. I don't need the p tags, but just get rid of those because they're throwing a spelling error. And then below this, I will do the progress, and I'll do the progress as an H3. Just center this and put a margin on top, and get the quotes around that. And that will show the progress. Let's see how this works. If it works, we got to put it in. So in the upload modal, we'll just drop this in below the button. Spelling error, and still a spelling error. There we go. So now we're getting an error for the modal, and I think I found it. We got to do export here. So that's the modal with the drop zone working. So what I'm going to do is try to change the rules. I have this other one, allow read write. Comment this out. Allow read if request auth does not equal now if request Okay, so let's see if that fixes it. Go back to this and create new file doc is not defined. Okay, so That's right. We need to create the new create new file doc in Firestore. So set doc db, and remember we're creating in that file details, we're creating the separate file to store the download URL. And so we got to bring in create new file doc, and we will and that's misspelt. Now let's see if that works. And I think it might have worked. Refresh this. Okay, maybe a past one worked as well. I'm gonna have to check that. That looks like the same. Looks like it may have created it twice. Let's just see here. And I believe that is the one that was just created. Okay, I'm going to get rid of some of these just to clear it up. Start with a clean slate. Go back to the storage, clear these all out. Make sure the PDF files are getting cleared out. They are. So I will come back here and we'll do this Costco. There's the single Costco. We don't have the documents here. Let's try again. Okay, for whatever reason, oh, there's the Costco. Oh, there, that. So it was just lagging a bit. Okay, I'll get rid of the Costco because I already deleted that. So that is the drop zone upload. Seems to be working fine. Let me just test a PDF. I'm just going to put a percentage on this. So the PDF, those take a little longer to do. There's the PDF, and oh yeah, we already deleted that one, so that's why there's two. and still have the OCR coming in. So that seems to work fine. And so now we'll move on to getting the rest of this done. So it'll be the list down this side, the preview, and the data entry. Okay, so to get started with the list portion, I will create a new folder and I will call it document list. And then inside, I will create a document list component, create a functional component. And in this, I will need to pull in use context, and I'll pull in the document context, and I will then create within this will be document list item. I had a spelling error. Document list item, and I'll import that into here. Import get rid of this. And so then for the list, we will we'll be taking in from the context. If you remember, we have filtered documents, and we'll take that in from the use context. So we're taking in the filtered documents, and then I'll create a div here, and it will be I'm going to create an overflow because I want this list to have a scroll bar, and then in here I will check if there's filtered documents, and if there is, I will map them because there'll be an array, and I'll get the document and the index while I'm mapping. And then I will return a document list item. And I got something messed up with my brackets here. So filtered documents dot map, and document list item. We're missing the key, so do the key will be document.id, and document will be document and index will be index. So that's about it for the list. Most of the stuff will be happening in the document list item. So within this, again, I'll need import document context, and I will have to import use context, and from the use context I will get the following: set active document, because we're going to be selecting the document and we'll need the active document, and we'll need the file details. Remember, that's that separate database. And then use context, document context. So that pulls in the context. And then I'm going to do one thing is I'm going to create another helper folder, and this will contain what I'll call currency helpers, because we want to be able to display the currencies. And unlike the other helper, this is going to be helping different components. So I'm not going to put it in with the list, document list folder. So I'll export the first function here is, I'll just call it currency format, and it'll take a number. And if num is not undefined, I'll return the following, and $ plus num to fixed 2, so get rid of any extra decimal places. And then I'll do a regex, and I'm going to copy this in because it's kind of a big one, and I just got it off Stack Overflow. So I'm not sure, sometimes I don't fully understand what the regex is doing. It just seems to work. So that's the case for this one. And I just did a search for it, and then if there is undefined number, we'll just return. And so that's the currency format. So now I want to import that. And so now I've got that currency format in here, and now I can just move on to returning this. So now I'll do the JSX, and we'll start with the div, and the class name here is going to be conditional, and it's conditional on whether the current document is the active document. So it's checking if the current document is the active document. If it is, I want a certain set of CSS. And then if it is not, I will do okay, so there's the conditional, and also I want this to be like a button that we can click. So on click, and it will set the active document. Set active document document. So that's where we select the document, and then within this div, I'll put another div, and this div will be a flex and a column. And then within this div, I'll start with the name, and small text and bold for the name. And then this will be a conditional document name, if there's a document name. If there's no document name, I just want to say name not defined, because remember, we are setting the name for some of these, so they're not all going to have names when they show up in the list. And then after this paragraph, I will do a text small, and within this, this will be the actual name of the file, not the name of the vendor or whatever. And for the file name, we'll use the file details collection, and I'll get that through using a filter, file ID, and the field we're using is for storage file name. And then I want to get rid of you remember the names have the files at the start of it, and get rid of that and replace it with nothing. And since this is going to be an array, we just want the first item. And then check if that is correct and get it that way. So misspelled filter there. And then we want the date, and text small, and we will go date, and then conditional document date, and if there's a document date, we're going to make a new date from the timestamp, a new JavaScript date. So we do it that way, and then to local date string, and then this is a ternary, so we want to, if there's no date, we'll say date not sent. And probably get rid of that. And then, actually, I'll just keep that because it's formatting out the space. And then after this p tag, we want the total. And for the total, it'll be text small, not bold. And we'll have document total. Check if it's undefined. If so, we just don't put anything. If not, we put, this is where we use the currency format and document total, because that's just going to be a float number, no $signs when it comes in. And then we'll do another div, and this div will have the dynamic active document document active document and ID. Check if that's matching, and then if it is, we'll put in a ternary. Indigo, justify, end, items, and I'm not going to be doing too much media query stuff in here, but on a small thing, these will be hidden. And then so flex column, and otherwise it'll be the same, but it just won't be as dark. So I'll just paste this in, and then after inside this div, we're going to check document, whether the document's reviewed, and if it's reviewed, we want a check mark. And so the check mark, I'm going to go to hero icons, and I'll just copy this. You can just go to hero icons and get a check mark like that. And so there is that. I'm going to put a fragment around it. And then I will also have a span and extra small letters. This is just to show whether this document's been reviewed or not. And we'll say reviewed. Okay, so we have to put in the document list into here. So how we're going to do that is we have the nav, and then this is the div which I'll put in all of those things below it, and I'm going to do a calculation here just so it stays 100% minus minus the nav, so it's always filling up the bottom. And then there's the div, and now we can put in document now. Let's see, reading context, cannot read properties of undefined, reading context. Here we go. And index is not defined, so I misspelt it there on the map. And cannot read properties of undefined in the item reading replaced. Replace. And so we're in the list item. So storage document. We're not passing the props in. Document list item. And I misspelled it's in the helpers. Okay, so that is working except for some of the CSS. Okay, so I see what I was doing wrong. This obviously is not in components, so it was not picking up any of the tailwind. And let's start the yarn again. And have to fix the imports in documents. Okay, there we go. And it is selecting it. And so the next thing we want to work on is actually in the nav bar. And that will be the search box. Okay, so in the nav bar, I already have the search box started. So we will create this. Going to need use state, use context, and use effect, and get rid of the search box, and then import document context. And so the first state we're going to use is query, and it's just going to be a string. And then I'll bring in the context const, and for here we'll need the documents and set filter documents, because we're just going to be filtering the document list. Okay, so first thing we'll do is a use effect. And when the page loads, we'll check if the query is empty, basically. And if so, the documents will just be equal to the entire list. So we'll set that to filter to documents. But if there is a query, we will filter the docs using filter docs function. And so we're going to do a search, not a search box, sorry. So search documents query, and then set the filter documents. this function, filter docs. And this is actually, we will pass, this is whenever documents changes. And then I'll do another use effect for when the query changes. So when the query changes, we just want to set filtered documents and then we want to create this search function. First I'll put in this query. Now we'll create the function search, and it takes docs and a query. And the function goes like this: if query equals nothing, and then just return all the docs. But if it does contain something, return docs.filter, filter the doc array. And we want to filter it, return as follows: document. So we want to search all the fields, document name, we're basically going to find it by just asking, does it have an index number? If it has an index number, it will be greater than -1. And then I'll just copy this, and we want to search the OCR, and we want to search the total, because remember the number. And we want to do it to string. We'll make sure it's to string first, because that will be a number. And then we want to search the date. So to do this, we'll again seconds and to local date string, and we'll use n.us and to lowercase index of q to lowercase okay, so that looks pretty good. And then in this return, we'll do a div. It'll be a flex column, rounded, and in here we'll have an input, and it will be text, and the input will be a height of 8 and padding of 2 on the sides and rounded, and the value will equal query. And on change, we will do set query e.target value. So H8 so it seems to be working. So now it is filtering those. And just check this. Seems to be working well. So yeah, so the next step will be to do this preview of the image right here, and then we'll do later the data entry over on the right side. So now we'll get to work on the preview component. So we'll go into components, and we want to put it here, and we will call this document preview. And within this, we'll do a file, document preview. Do a function. And in this, we will want to get use context, use state. We'll also want, since we'll be viewing JPEGs, we'll import image for next, import document context, and we want to use a package called React PDF, so we can easily view those PDFs, and you can find it here, just npm react PDF. So you can find the details on this page about this, and then we will also, well, that's it for now. One of the first things I'm going to do, just if you can see down here, just for the PDF to work, you can import what's called a worker file, and I'm not exactly sure why it fixes it, but it enables the React PDF to work, and it's one of these here, but I have a slightly different one I'm going to use, and I'll just copy it in and I'll paste it in there. I don't know where I found that one, but it's just slightly different. Then we'll do a state, and it's going to be page numbers, num pages, and we'll set this to null. And I'm going to do a constant called chars before storage file name, because I want to get just the file name. You remember the folder comes first, so files will be 6 characters before just the storage name, and then a function on document load success, and we will set the num pages. Okay, and then we also need to get our active document from context. So active document and file details again, and use context and the document context, and then we'll get the const file UID and then get the substring, and this is where we'll use it. So we're getting the name and file URL, file UID, then we're going to get the URL this way. Sorry, we want to pull out the URL so we can view the document, and then in the return, basically the return is going to be a conditional, because we're going to do one thing if it's a PDF to preview it, and we're going to do another if it's an image. So in the main div here, we're going to test active document. If there's an active document and the file type is equal to application PDF. So we're checking if it's a PDF, and then what we're going to do is a ternary, and the ternary is going to be a flex, and we're going to justify the PDF to the center, and here we will do and we need to do some imports from, actually let's see if it'll pull it in, from React PDF, and I'll just pull in a couple more page and PDF.js. Okay, so then we have the document, the PDF, and within this we have, we'll self-center it, and we're also going to want to do a loading. And to do the loading, I'm going to create a loading component, just so we have that. We'll build in a sec. So loading, so loading equals loading, and then file equals, and this is where we get the file URL. File URL, and then on load success, on document load success, and then within this tab, I'll do and want to map this X. So this is basically so we can handle multiple pages and do another map. Whoops. And page index and do the page in here. Page number, and need to do a key. Close that. And we misspelled this. Let's just clean this up a little bit. Okay, so and I'm missing a, oh yeah, I haven't closed this out yet. So this is the end of the ternary, so now we can handle the image, and the image will be handled like this. So active document and active document file type equals image JPEG or file. Actually, I just copy this. I'm going to dot there. So I'm going to just check JPEG, and then we'll check if it's PNG. And it's a ternary. And the ternary file length 0. So we're doing checking there's an active document and either of these, it's a PNG or a JPEG. If that's true, then if file URL is undefined, is not undefined, then is it greater than 0, then we will do the image. So we're just basically checking if it even has that field, the document, because some of them may not have a field. Probably all of them will, but just in case. So we're going to do that, use that loading again. We'll build that in a sec, and that's the source. Width, height, I don't know why I used a different one there. Height, responsive, contain, and priority. Okay, so there is that, if all those are fulfilled, and then if not, then we just want to div, we just want to say no image. And then we have one more. And then we have one more ternary. We have a bunch of nested ones here. And no document. So that's if there's no active document. And I'm just going to disable this. And okay, so let's do that. May be working. We just don't have the loading going, but let's see. Okay, it doesn't seem to be working. Oh, that's because we have to put it in the index. So what I think is happening here is when I look at the Firestore database, I'm not getting that document type. So what I'm going to do is pull up the Cloud function. And pull it over here. And here I see the add document, and I believe file type is not being populated properly. So content type should be correct. And then I need to then I will Firebase deploy so that is deployed, and now let's just make sure that it will work. Let's choose a with how it was putting this file type wrong. So I'm going to delete this document and delete this document. And this one is messed up too. And I'm just going to delete all of these for now. And I'll delete this document as well. So now I'll go to the storage, delete everything as well, just so we start from a clean slate. And here I will upload a receipt. And that should show up. There's the file there. So I've got the file type and it's here, but I'm getting an error and we need to do a config on the NextJS config file. So this is what I found works for this, working with Firebase. For the images, it's allowing these to come from the Google APIs. Let's see if that works. Oh, got to restart it probably. So yarn I don't need this plugin there. Okay, there we go. We are getting, I can close this for now. We are getting that. Let's see if a PDF works. And the PDF is not working. So to fix it, what you need to do is go to this site here about downloading from Google Storage. Get this CORS configuration, create the file in here. The problem is you're going to want to open it in a regular text editor and fix some of these quotes because VS Code may mess up the quotes and you'll get an error. And then, so just close this and open the same file in your text edit and individually change all these quotes. I'm not sure why VS Code does that. And then you want to come down here and you want to use gsutil. Now, you can install gsutil over here. It has installations for Mac and Windows. And then you run this gsutil CORS set CORS JSON. And then you put in your storage bucket. But you have to make sure, see, if I open it now and I try to run it, VS Code's changed it just by opening it. So that's the way to get the CORS working. Now let's see. There we go. So now the PDF's working and the JPEGs seem to be working. So that's it for the preview. And now we'll move on to the data entry side over here. So before we do the data entry, I'd like to first finish this loading component. And to do that, I'm going to use a package called React Loading just to save some time. And then I will import, oops. So import React Loading, and Then I'll return div and just put some CSS on it. And in the div, I'll put the React loading element, and we'll make it blue. So that's the loading, and we already have the loading in here. It's a placeholder, so it's going to be mainly on the PDFs that it shows up because the images are faster. So that's the loading. And then the next thing I want to do is when we're loading this, when we reload the site, nothing's selected. I want to get this first item auto-selected, and also when it updates, I want the first item in the updated list to be selected. I don't want a selection that's not shown. So to do that, we're going to go into the index, and a couple things. We will first, we already have the filtered document state, and that's what we're going to be using. And I'm going to create another use effect. And this is going to be for when the active document or the filtered document changes. We're going to check filtered documents that's coming from that search filter from before, and we're going to filter them, and each document we're going to check if the document ID equals the active document ID, and we're going to see if any of them match and what's the length on that. And if none of them match, then we're going to change the active document to the first one in the filtered array. So if the active document is not filtered out, it'll continue being the active document. But if it does get filtered out, a new document will be chosen as the active document. And I'm just in the array here for the use effect. I'll do filtered documents and active document if either of those change. So let's just see here. So that's selecting that, and let's see, and it's reselecting that once it gets filtered out. And since that was already selected, it's not losing its status as the selected document. And one more thing I'd like to take care of is in the data entry, we are going to have a lot of, or have a few currency numbers. So we have to convert them to and from currency, from text to number and so forth. So we have these helpers here. And we have the first function, we have currency format. I'm going to create a couple more functions. So I'm going to create one that gets rid of any of the formatting so that we can put it back into the Firestore. And I'll just take that parameter, make a new one. And I'll use replace all and just get rid of that dollar. And then I will get rid of any commas. And we have a spell here. So there's the one to strip any formatting and get it ready to put back into Firestore. And then, so the other one I want to do is just to format the total field. So what I'm going to do is, so there is a total field in the form, and as we're typing in it, if you remember, I want it to be formatted. So if there's no value, we just want to return this $, because we want to keep the $sign in there so the user knows what is going to be in there. And so we're taking the value, the parameter, converting it to a string. Okay, the first character. Index of decimal and prepare a result. And then if first character equals $, for this res we'll use a similar regex that we used up here. Just close this so we can see it. So we've got this one here. We're going to use something similar. So if the first character is $sign, and then I will have a regex there, and the only difference will be we'll do that B, and then we'll just take this and replace all, and then so what's happening here is we're getting the value. If the value is not null, we're going to take that number, change it to a string, check if the character has a $sign. If the first character is $sign, the result is $sign and this. Then if it isn't, And I'm going to do the same thing here. And then the index of decimal, we're checking if it has, the number has a decimal, because if it doesn't, it would just render it without any 2 zeros at the end. We want those at the end. So I'm going to put the 2 zeros at the end. Or if it just has 1 0, we're just going to tag another 0 on there. And then we'll return the results. And then one more of these will be validate total field input. So this is just going to be a validation of whatever the user is inputting. We could use yup for this as well, but we'll just use this for, so e.target.value put a regex in there, and it will be, and we got to escape, and then all the commas we're going to replace with nothing. Get the first character. And if it's empty, just return false. And then if the first character is a $, we want to validate it with that. So first we get the number after getting rid of the $, so we can verify it. And then, because the user may be putting in their own $. And then else check if the substring is not a number. So if the first character is $1, then if the value substring is empty, or it is not a number, or is not a number, so it is a number, it's false. If it is not a number, then we're going to return true. Then else, if the first character is not $1, then we don't have to worry about that. So if it is not a number, the error is true, else return false. So we'll see how that works once we move on to the form, which we're going to do now. So now we'll get going on the form part of the application. So what I'll call this document data. And then inside here, I will have a file document data, and get a functional component in there, and so I'll use I'm going to use the formic container component in here, and then that will be in a subdirectory here, and the subdirectory will be called form, and then in form I will have and so this will just return. I'll have a div, and I'm just going to make this, put some CSS on it, have a scroll, so that it scrolls individually if it extends beyond the height of the screen. And then inside here, I will have this formic container component. So that is the formic container component. And so to make this, we will do import formic and form from formic. We're going to need document context. We're going to need a few of the React. So we'll need use context and use effect and use state. And okay, so we'll get started with that. And then, so formic container, from the document context, all we need is active document. And for our state, we'll have document types. Now this is from the collection. If you remember, there's the other collection in here, which we're going to have under config and document types. So this is where we're going to be pulling that and the categories in. So document types, that's going to be an array. So we're going to pull it in as an array, empty array first. And then we will have the categories. I'll use this. Another empty array. And then I'll also do a state called initial values, and this I'm just going to set with an object, and the object will have active document and then just a question mark checking if it exists, checking if the name is even defined, and put a ternary, and if it is defined, if there is a name, make sure that the name is put into state. And then again for the ref, actually I'm just going to use the replacement. And date will be we'll do a current, we'll create a date const. Have to create a so checking constant or the constant current date equals, and then contingent on or any of these. If any of them pass that, then it's null. Otherwise, we're going to just format the active document's date to date. So we need to format that. So that is where we're going to use this current date. And then for the total, total is undefined, nothing. But if it is defined, and then we're going to pull in this the currency helper that we just made. So there's the total, And then we will do document type. And now we're going to actually have to pull in, we're going to have to create the, well, first we're going to just do this. Check if it's undefined, same thing. Otherwise, just put in active document type. And category. Reviewed and exported. Okay, so that's the initial state, and then we're going to do a use effect to set the initial values when there is a change in the active document. And this should be pretty well the same as this one. So actually, I want this entire. And this will change with active document. And then also, I'm going to have another use effect. And this will be the same. If you remember in the index, how we get from those collections. I'm going to create this unsubscribe constant, and then import this on documents change, and I'm going to feed in where we're getting it from the config collection and then the sub lists. So set document types, and okay, set document types data.filter, and we're going to get the sub of lists, and so we're going to filter it where we just want the lists sub, and then from that we get document types. We're going to do the same here, but so we're going to set that state, and we need, if you remember in that, we need the collection name. So that's the collection that we're getting them from. And then we have to return that unsubscribe and get. So there's that use effect. So let's start working on the form. I'll start with the bracket, and I'm going to do the formic tag. And so in this formic tag, I'm going to put a couple things. Enable reinitialize, and I'm going to set the initial values to initial values. And on submit, it will equal on submit. We're going to have to write that. And actually, I'll just quickly do that right now. So on submit takes values, and so what we're doing with the form when we submit something, we're updating a document always. So what I got to do is create that in Firestore first so we can import it. Document. So update document. And let's go back to this and so the update document, we have to know what values we're putting in and what document we're updating. So that's going to be the passing in the active values and then the active document. So if document, check that the active document was actually passed, and then create a doc ref and this is where we will use the strip currency string from the total, get it ready for inputting into the database. Make sure that converts to a number. So that's going to be the update document. So back to here on submit update document, in the format container it'll take values, active document, current date, actually not current date, we won't pass that in. So okay, back to this. So we got the on submit, and then what we do after this is so then we will put in the form. So here's the form, and this is basically just straight from, if you go to the format documentation, they should have an example. They have several examples how to do this, and I forget where I got this one, but so anyways, so we start with the form, and I'll just pass a little CSS to this. And then within this, I'm going to have a kind of a switcher. So I'm going to create that now. I'm going to call it and format control will basically take what it's going to do is just going to switch between all the different form components that we will make. We're going to make individual components for all the different ones. So it will take props, and then I'll just pull out these props. And basically what it's going to be is a switch control. And these are the kind of individuals. Well, I'll just make the raw components first. So we're going to have formic input. Formic select, formic checkbox, formic button, and a formic date picker. And I'll put functional components in all these. So now we'll work on the control. So we have the switch. So case input we will return formic input. And case select return formic select. Need to put a tag over it. Return and I'm not sure why we're not, just let me try this again. Okay, and then so now we'll do the next case, case checkbox. Formic checkbox and button. Formic button and date picker. Formic date picker and the default will return null. So that's that'll be the control, how we determine what is displayed. So if we were to go back to the formic container, this is where we will put in all of these in the order that we want them. So first one, formic control. And control, I'll just get it. The control will be select. And label will equal document type, and the name will be document type. So we're going to have to deal with all these props. And then options will equal document types, which is what we brought in earlier. And selected will equal So that's the first control, select. So, and we will be placing this into as document data into our index. So we have that select there, and so I guess we'll work on that one first. So for the select, we'll need this. We'll need to import field an error message from Formic. And we're also going to actually I'll create another just going to create a little component here called text error. And it will return so this is just going to be a little error I'll show you. So, and we'll import it in here, import and then we will also I'm also going to do a style sheet in here, but I'll worry about that in a second. First off, I'm going to do some more work on this select. So Formic select, it'll take props, and the props we're going to destructure from this are const label name selected options rest and then const select options equals so these are going to be the options in the drop down. I just want to make sure I have an undefined option in there as well, which undefined isn't in the database. So, and selection equals selected. So if selected equals nothing, then none. Otherwise, it's selected. So that is how we're going to have the default selected. And in the return, I'll start with the bracket and a div. I don't need a class name on this one. And we'll start with a label. And the label, we will have just label. And actually, I will now put in this styles.module.css. So I'm just going to put some styles in here, but so I don't have to repeat it all the time. And I'm going to paste them in here. So paste that in there, and then we're doing the select. And so to bring this in, I'm going to import styles from styles.module.css. So that'll bring in those styles. And so for the label, I'm just going to do this because I'm going to have a lot of labels for all of these, and HTML4. And so there is the label. I'll do a break. And then I will have a field. And inside the field, I will have as select ID will equal name. Name will equal name. Pass in the rest, and default value will equal selection. And then here we will do the select, and in here select options, and we're going to map all of those. And I want the index as well, and I will map them and return option equals, check if it equals the selection. If so, we want that to be the selected. So this is how we're going to force the selector to select what is coming out of the database. And we need a key. And so this is a ternary, and that's the first part of the ternary. So if it's the selection, that's what we're going to do. If it's not the selection, we're going to render it differently. It's just going to be the same, only it's not going to be selected, obviously. So I'm going to copy that and just get rid of this selected. So that's how we force the select to choose which one we want. And I think we have an extra bracket there. So, and then there is the so below that we have the field, and then we'll have an error message. Let's see what this is looking like. Okay, so it's selecting. There we go. I just had to save the file, so that seems to be working. Let's double check. If we go into the documents and I'm going to change this receipt. Should it be capital? Let's double check that. Okay, so it's picking up that, and so that is working. And so let's go back to our container. Our container will, so we have a select, and then we're going to have another select actually. And this label will be category and name category and categories. So that's picking that up. And this must already have a I think we had a category in this from the parsing in the Cloud function. So that's why that's pre-filled to maintenance. So that's the second select, and now we're going to do some inputs. And for the inputs, it's going to be a little different. So we need control, input, label. So this is going to be the name input. And name is equal to name. So let's design the input. So we're actually going to need the same imports as for the select. And we're going to need some props. And from the props, we're going to get label, name, and the rest equals props. And we're going to return here. I'm going to have a bracket, and I'm just going to do some CSS on this. And label. Oops. Need the styles as well. Styles. Again, we're going to use that label and put the label in there and put a break, again similar to the last one, and field we're just going to put some CSS on that and the ID. And name. So formic input and control container input. Formic input. See why that's not showing up. Oh, I have to save that. That's why. So I'm getting a warning with, okay, I think I might have found where that may be coming from. I think in here, okay, yeah, I was just importing it in the login. I was importing formic with a capital F. So that's looking good on the input. So for the formic control, for the formic container, we need a few more controls here. So we've got formic control for name, and this will be the date picker. So now we got to work on the date picker, and the label will be date, and the name will be date, and the default date will be current date. So for the date picker, we're going to use a package, yarn add React date picker. And I'm going to, first I'll get those formic imports, and then I'll import date picker from React date picker. And I have to, if you go to so this is where I'm getting all the instructions, but we also want to get this CSS from there. It will make the calendar look good. And we'll get some styles for our label. I can just get that from here anyways. So get the styles, and we're going to take props, and we'll get default date, on change, name, label, rest from the props, and we'll do the return here, brackets, and a div, and we'll just put in some CSS here. And it's HTML4 date. And class name will be styles.label, same as always. And in here, just like the other ones, we're going to put the label. So that's the label, and then we, like the other ones, we do the field. Name equals name. Whoops. And then for the, we can go in here and let's see if they, well, anyway, so for this one, I'm just going to do this and then within this, I will return date picker. Actually, it's not a double. We'll just put it in a single tag like this. Put in some CSS. Put in the selected value. And on change, and have a function set field value, and let's just see if that works. Okay, so that is working. So that is the date picker. And what we'll do now is we have the date picker working, and we will have a couple more inputs, just regular text inputs. And this one will be ref, and and this one will be total. And here we're going to do validate equals validate total. So I need this as a function here. So whoops. And if what I'm going to do is I'm just going to paste in this long regex I've got. So this is just basically testing if it's a valid format or if it's not, and then okay, so this has already picked that up, so let's see if we can. Okay, so I think I just want to get this in on the input for one thing, and this doesn't need to be a full tag. And then we can okay, so that's giving me the error message, and let's go back and continue. So we have the total, and the next one, I'll copy this one, but now we're going to have a couple of checkboxes. So we'll have checkbox, and the label will be reviewed, and the name will be reviewed. And so now we'll get to work on the checkbox, and I'm just going to import field from Formic, and I'll also take the styles and so in the checkbox we're going to take the props as usual, and we're going to destructure, get some of those out of the props. Label, name, value, and rest equals props, and we will return this. I don't need a class name on this one. And a label, HTML for, I don't need that, so we'll just do class name equals styles dot label. and within here we'll have the field. And the field type will be a checkbox name, and I'll put some CSS on it, just some margin. A label isn't coming through, so I need the label below it, that's right. Okay, so there's the one label, or the one checkbox, and then we want to do another checkbox, and this will be whether or not it's exported. And we will do another format control. This one will be the button. Button, label, save, type submit, is submitting. And so for the button we will do, let's get the CSS in there. We'll take the props. Type on click label is submitting. And we're going to return a button. We'll pass the on click. And the class name, we'll pass those styles. Form button, and so there's the button. And I think that we want a capital and then another button, and this button will have the label delete, and it's a submit, and it's not going to actually, what it's going to do is it's going to open the modal for delete. If you remember, when we click delete, there's a confirmation modal that opens up. So I'm going to just create this function now, and so I'm going to need some other state in here. we haven't created this state yet. So we'll go now and create, I'll put it above this. So we have modal is open, it's false by default. And delete success is false as well. So open set modal is open, and let's might as well do close modal and we'll explain what this delete success does when we create the modal. And so below this we will put the modal. So and I'm going to keep it, it'll still be within the form. But what we're going to do is we'll and here we'll have delete modal. Modal is open, and we'll pass that state. And we need to pass the close modal so we can close it from the modal. And this is where we will be doing the delete. Actual deletion, it will be done in the modal. So we again need another, we need to create another function. And so this new function, just one sec, I will create that first and then delete. Okay, so now we have to create the delete file function in the Firebase storage, and we'll just put it right up here. And it takes active document and set delete success. And do I have a, oh yeah, it's in the storage file name. So active documents, just want to check. storage file name. There it is. Okay, so we have the field correct. And then we're already getting, so we need, when we delete the object from storage, we need to delete the Firebase records as well. So and I'll just do a console log on this. This error, catch an error, and let me put it just down below. And then here I'll delete this doc, which will be in file details. So delete doc, or so we're deleting, we're going to the other collection too, and deleting file details. We need to find that document. So we're finding that document through storage file name, and we're cutting it off, and we're just getting this string because this string corresponds with the ID. You can see it right there, or on this one, F5CC. So it would correspond. That's how we're going to pick up that one to delete it. And then I'll do another catch just in case for console log. And then once all of those are, the two files are deleted, I will delete the storage item. And then I'll run another catch on that just so we can see if anything goes wrong. But in this case, I'll say file not found. And then set delete success true. Okay, so that's the delete file. We'll go back to the delete modal and start working on that because we have all the props done, and I would just get, and actually I'm going to do a yarn I'll add this package just to make it a little easier. So we're going to grab the styles and go back to the delete modal. Actually, we will, the path is going to be incorrect. So and import modal from so delete modal will take some props, and from the props we will get modal is open, close modal, delete access, delete click, and the active document. And then I will and for the modal actually I'm going to actually I'll just put the CSS straight into it. So I'm going to put styles and set that to false and is open. Modal is open on request close. Close modal. And then I will put a X. That's all right. Put a button. And then this is why we need the delete success. Delete success ternary. Display file deleted. Otherwise, don't display anything. Or otherwise, actually we want to display a warning. Do you really want to delete? And then put another button there, and it will just be two buttons, a yes and no. On click, on click, delete click, active document. And we're still in the tag, so class styles delete button, and then yes. And then This one closes modal, and I'll copy the styles here. Let's just see if this works. The X is not working. On click, close, button on click, close modal. Might be something in the close modal, maybe. It's from here. We want this to be the false. And so let's just see if this works. Delete file is not defined. So delete file is, we have to create the delete file, even though, it's because it's not imported yet. That's why. So okay, that's looking good. Delete it from there. And delete it from there. Okay, let's check if the update function is working. So we have the invoice, and I'll enter this invoice number, and then I'll also enter reviewed. And that seems to be working okay. So the update is working, and we have the delete working. So now we will move on to the grid view. So now we want to get started on the grid, and the grid view will be shown when we click on this button up here. And to start, I am going to install some packages, and I'll bring these over here. So the first package I'm going to install is React Data Grid. And that will just enable us to easily create a data grid. And then I'm going to also do this React CSV. It'll enable us to easily create downloadable CSV. And so those are both in. So the first thing I'll do is I will create another component, and I'll just call this grid view. And within grid view, I'll create something called a component called data grid view. Create just an empty exported function here, and then I will go to the index, and I want to do a couple things in the index. First off, I'll import the data grid view, and then I want to do a use state and we'll do use state, and this will be false by default. And then I want to add these to my context. And then I need to, below the nav, what I'll do here is do a conditional. So the conditional will be grid view and then a ternary. And the first one will be if positive. If positive, we do data grid view. And if not, we just do what we were going to do before. So that will be the conditional. And then since our button is in the nav, we will have to go to the nav and do the first off, I don't think, are we getting any context in here? No, we'll have to do have to get some context in here. Use context, import document context, and we'll get these two out of context. And then where did we put the button? So we want to wrap this. We want to wrap this in a conditional, so we'll say grid view and question mark. So if it's a grid view, we want a button. And in the button, well, actually, we don't, I'm just going to copy this. And we don't want, we want what's called the template icon. Now let's see if we can and we were already importing that. So then in this button, we just want to do an on click. Equals, and then we'll have a function in here, and it's just going to be set grid view false. And then we will have the other conditional, and it's actually going to be almost the same as this. So I'll just take all of this and copy it, except we're going to put the table icon, and we'll set grid to view to true. And then I'll get rid of this one. Okay, so that is working, the conditional rendering. We do have a extra semicolon in there. I'm not sure where that's coming from, but we'll figure that out. Okay, so to get started on this component, first we'll need context, and we will import data grid from React Data Grid. Import document context, and I'm going to create another component here just called CSV down CSV download for now, and I'll just create a function here, and so we want to import that as well. So we've imported that, and then we want documents from use context. So we got the context, and now the data grid requires columns. I'm just going to paste these in to save some time here. So basically, these are the columns for the grid, and I created a key, a name, and a label for the grid. It's pretty straightforward. And then we need to, so for the data grid, we need the columns, but then we need the rows, and the rows are basically the data itself. So rows equal documents, which we're getting from context, and then map, and we'll need the index from the array, and so what we're filtering for the grid is we want anything that's been reviewed and anything that has not already been exported. So the condition is the element is reviewed and is not exported. And if it meets those conditions, then we're just going to match the data with the columns. So doc ID and date. All right, check if there's a date. If there is, just going to format it to a string. If there is no date, we're just going to put a blank, and document type and name, element name, and same for total. And then we want the OCR. And I'm going to do a little replace on the OCR. Just going to get rid of any double quotes and replace them with the space. So there is the data, and then we want to close that out. So we want to filter it. Whoops. Don't know how that happened, but so now we need to render this. So we're going to do bracket and a div and just do some CSS on it. Do another div and some more CSS, set a width. And then within this div, we will, that's where we will put in the CSV download element, which we haven't created yet, which we should probably do now. So we will So for this element, we will import CSV link. And then we need to do a, I don't think we did the mark exported yet. So we'll need to create another function in the Firestore, export function. And this is going to be a kind of a blanket. It'll take an array of documents and just mark them all as exported. So then we're going to do a for each loop here and create a doc ref. And then we will identify the collection. And the doc, the element doc ID. And then just going to mark them, each of them exported true. And now go to the work on the CSV download. And bring in that mark exported function. And we're going to need the headers and the data. And just going to get a current date, a timestamp, so to speak. I'm going to use that for the file name. And then we're going to render a CSV link. And the parameters for the link will include data, headers, and a on click. And the on click will call that mark exported function. And then the other parameter we want is the file name prop. And for the name of the file, we'll just have it a little bit variable based on the date. Then we need a link, some text to identify the link. And now we put the props in the element, the component within the data grid view. We're going to pass in the headers, pass in the data. And pass in this enclosing character prop. And then we have to pass in the data grid component that we imported at the top. And that is where we're going to pass in the columns and the data. And then looks like we got an error in the back, but we'll just take a look here. And getting an error. Row is not defined. And just take a look where that is. It's in the data grid view. And just need to pluralize that, and then have a misspelling here. We got date instead of data. And then change the prop as well. And that's working, but we don't like that black background, so we just have to do a little CSS on the grid. So I'll just pass in this CSS to the data grid component, which will make it white background. And there it is. It's looking good. And we'll just check the download works. We're still getting an error here on the Firestore function. So it seems to be outputting okay, but there's a problem with the Firestore function. And it looks like a spelling error again. So we'll go back to that function. And change that to data. And there we go, it's working. It's no longer showing in the grid. And it's now showing as exported. So everything seems to be working well. Okay, so let's check if everything is working with this. So let's say the sign in. So the sign in is rejecting anything incorrect. So the login's working. We're getting the user up there. Let's upload some files. Just click through all these. I think we could drag and drop them as well. I might have hit a couple twice, but that's okay. So let's click out of that, and so it's picking up the names on some of them with the cloud script that we used, and some of them don't have that. This actually doesn't even have an apparent name, but it picked up the date, and I'll just call that meals, and I don't really have a ref on this, and click reviewed. And again, not an obvious name on this. So we'll just call it Market Street. And so yeah, everything seems to be working good on this end. Let's see if we can delete this. Yep, the delete is working okay. Let's check out the filter. So yeah, the filter seems to be working well. And there we're filtering out all the reviewed documents. And it's exporting it as expected with OCR in the one cell. So everything seems to be okay with that. It's deleting the, just want to double check that So just double checking that the OCR is working because we're not outputting it down there, but through the filter you can see that the OCR is working okay. And obviously all this is working all right, or else it wouldn't be working on this end. So yeah, that is the end of the project. We learned a lot in this. Cloud functions, various the functions for a little bit of authentication, the Firestore database, storage, and functions. So it was a big project, and thank you very much for watching.